Yo, hey, we here. Still on the grind, because that's all we know how to do. Yo, control the pace. We are the pace setters. No level of outside noise. No level of aerial noise. No level of vehicle exhaust. No level of individuals placed around you that try to distract you from the task at hand. From the task at hand, I should say. We ain't letting none of that stop us. I'm just sharing that with you. No amount of outside news. It's all distractions, yo. We living in the best of times. Block that garbage out. Figure out these large language models. Learn how to use them joints. And apply it to whatever it is that you're working on. And hey, make it something positive, because we're living in an era where you can actually do something that's productive and helpful for society, not just necessarily focused around being greedy and just trying to take it all for yourself. Of course, those that are out there that thrive off of that, they're going to want you to be in that space, and they're going to do everything possible so that you don't get into that namaste peaceful place. You dig? So if you can get there, that's half the battle. Once you get there, again, just ask the AI. You know what I mean? Ask it and have it laid out for you step by step. And then that will render the nonsense just completely ridiculous. But nah, we still fighting through that, man. But yo, take some time to check out this. This is third dimension right here, yo. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And then if I play it on my Facebook channel or my Facebook page, once it saves, it then becomes four dimensional. But I just wanted to let you know about that if you didn't know. We looking at the screen of me looking at the screen, recording myself live. It's heavy, right? I like to look at the universe from that standpoint too. You see, I feel deep down I'm a Kardashev type 1 engineer. If we can get the Kardashev or somewhere close to Kardashev type 1 by the end of my lifetime, then I've done my job. If you don't know what that is, you should look it up. But Kardashev, again, it's just another level of our society advancing. And so you have to think, on the verge of AI and the precipice of AI changing society, we are poised to really take this stuff along and move to a place that, we can leave for the next generation so that they can have something to use and move forward towards as well. But again, just kind of thinking on it, it feels as if maybe we've been at this point before in history. I hearken back to the Library of Alexandria and how that, was destroyed. It was destroyed actually by Alexander the Great, I believe. But look, and you talk about in this library, you had everything from religious scholars, some of the people that we've never heard of that were lost in history. They had some, text in there. You have some other great historical, mathematical geniuses of their time and even of now. Guys that really spent their lives working on certain concepts and certain ideas and perfecting them and putting together a manuscript that was placed at this location called the Library of Alexandria. And the interesting thing about it is, look, every time it was the kind of place where if you went there, you had to bring a script with you. You had to bring some kind of document with you, a book with you. that you can, provide to the library so that they can add it to their scrolls, if you will, right? So then the joint got burned down. You know what I mean? And I just think if we had that, and it stands to reason, right? If we had that and that passed on, we talking about before, I want to say this is, matter of fact, let me ask the AI. So again, we're talking about the Library of Alexandria. Let's check out Claude real quick. Claude AI. This is how you do it. You just go, you look up an AI. In this case, we're going to use Claude. Sometimes you have to create an account. Other times you don't. But yeah, just create an account. Let's see. I should be logged in with one of my emails here. But you go and you create an account. And that noise, I like it. If you don't like it, I feel sorry for you. Go watch something else. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it keeps you centered. Again, especially with all the intrusion that is by design, by the way. But again, we'll put that aside. So I confirm. We're going to continue. All right. And let's ask Claude. Hey, all right, let me just get to the point. I'm not going to say, hey, Claude. When was the Library of Alexandria around? Was it before the scientific scholars? Was it before the scientific scholars and religious thinkers? When was the Library of Alexandria around? Was it before the scientific scholars and the religious thinkers and the, let's say, and major religious thinkers era? Now we'll just leave it at that. All right. When was the Library of Alexandria around? Was it before the scientific scholars and major religious thinkers? Let's see. So again, all it does is just combine its data, that is all the information that's on the internet, or whatever the data set is, as expansive as Claude is. A lot of information is in this, and that information allows this thing to start to reason. So it effectively gets that much closer to being able to think. Not in our sense, but in the sense of a very powerful, of course, computer, and imagine being mixed with an encyclopedia, and again, able to take different pieces in terms of tone, individuals throughout history. So I could have asked it to respond to me, for example, in a manner Aristotle, right? But no, it says the Library of Alexandria was founded around 259 BCE. During the reign of Ptolemy I in Egypt, and it flourished for several centuries, reaching its peak in the 3rd century BC. Some Hellenistic Jewish thinkers, and came before the rise of Christianity and Islam. So, put a star next to that real quick. But let's finish. It was contemporary with and fostered many scientific scholars. The library didn't precede scientific scholarship. It was actually one of the greatest centers of learning in the ancient world. Many renowned scholars worked there or were associated with it, including Euclid, the mathematician, around 3000 BCE. Archimedes, hey, one of my guys. If you know about Stoicism, you know about some of these names, who studied there, 3rd century BCE. Eratosthenes, who calculated Earth's circumference, that's heavy, right? 3rd century BCE. And Hipparchus, the astronomer, 2nd century BCE. The library represented the pinnacle of ancient scholarship, bringing together Greek, Egyptian, and other Mediterranean intellectual traditions. It served as both a repository of knowledge, housing hundreds of thousands of scrolls, and an active research institution where scholars advance mathematics, astronomy, medicine, geography, and other fields. So rather than preceding scientific thought, the Library of Alexandria was one of antiquity's greatest scientific institutions, though it did come after some of the earliest major religious traditions. So think about that, yo. And yo, some dude came by, was like, nah, man, we can't have that. And he decided to burn it down. You feel me? And part of it, I suspect, was like on some, nah, man, we got to keep some of these, you know what I mean, people as ignorant as possible. They can't be up on this. Yo, we got to leave it like this so that we can make sure we have our thing, this thing of ours. My mafia heads know what I'm talking about. Omerta, you dig? This thing of ours. So them boys are like, all right, listen, it's wide open. Because, yo, we ain't even got Christianity or Islam. No disrespect, by the way, man. I love everybody and everybody's views on whatever it is that they view. Please do not come after my head. But no, so these things weren't around quite yet at that time. So, again, some of these scholars had some very interesting views on putting all this stuff together in a more concise manner that I suspect would possibly bring us closer together than further apart. But, yo, they got rid of these joints. You know, they couldn't have it. Alexander was like, nah, we ain't having it. So it took us a few steps back, man. Like it took us, or maybe it was just supposed to happen that way. But I say all of that to say I think this is one of those moments in history that we've arrived at where it's like, yo, they playing real quick. And I mean, again, you choose what you want. If you want to go, I mean, and do it their way, you could do it that way. But I'm just saying, when it comes to my hip-hop heads and my urban culturalites, yo, they framed it to us completely wrong, man. We was sitting out here worshiping rappers, and no disrespect to any of the rappers that make their business and their livelihood off of this notion. God bless you, you're gonna always have an audience. This thing is worldwide now. Shout out to hip-hop. But yo, we were taught wrong, man. We pursued all of that when the whole time there were all these different avenues that we could have pursued. A couple last week or so, I talked about private equity, how much of a lick that is. And again, it's just about getting through the door. And if it's a what's the term I'm looking for, a critical mass, if a critical mass finally says, yo, that makes sense, let me at least try to pursue it that way, the system will have to evolve along with that kind of decision. And again, these days, they ain't got the ability to burn down the Library of Alexandria of this era, if you will, which is AI. They can't burn it down. But they can do little things here and there. And some of these things, even on a digital level, I've caught. And it always strikes me like, yo, who's doing this, man? Like, why are they playing with they're playing with information and how you access it. And it's almost like some gatekeeping type vibe, right? It's like, yo, once you start getting closer to hitting that bullseye, that's when they really come out. You know what I mean? And who are they? Hey, we've gone on ad nauseum about that. But trust me when I tell you, they out there. So a lot of times when I'm speaking, you know, it might seem like, yo, this dude ain't really hitting no numbers. Ain't nobody watching. But whatever it is that made me strike a chord with the they that I'm dealing with, best believe they are real. You dig? But also fake to a certain extent, because imagine you're hiding behind this notion of, hey, I'm the creator of the matrix for you, when really it's just the fact that if you're organized and you're standing around one cause, and historically it's been white supremacy in America, that's the cause. And again, black people support white supremacy, some black folks, again, because it's all connected to the go along, get along notion, right? A lot of folks have found their place within this construct, but it's that same idea that people fight with or fight for to maintain, just to keep their level of power. And it's unfortunate when these things come to this point. It's the proverbial fork in the road. What's going to happen next? You know what I mean? And I'm choosing the side of enlightenment. You dig? And so the only way that can happen, again, is to avoid the distractions, because while they can't necessarily take away the information or burn it down like the Library of Alexandria, they can start steering you in another direction to walk in another path that isn't enlightenment at all. In fact, it keeps you on the treadmill. And again, I think this even extends to institutions and concepts that ostensibly were supposed to be helpful for whatever demographic you're in, right? Whether it be in politics, heterosexual male, white, you may have relied on the Republican Party historically. And God bless you. Yo, keep playing your politics game. But the way that I see it, it looks to me like the Republicans definitely won when Senator Mitch McConnell in the Federalist Society, these are very smart people, they made certain decisions to win the game. And when you realize the game was won, you're like, oh, so the other side just wants the game to continue, because if the game continues, at least you have a chance to be on the floor, right? And you can represent to the fan base, the American public, that you were actually doing something, when really you're just going through the motions. But anyway, if that's your demographic, maybe historically you relied on that, and that was your religion, if you will. I took a great course back in undergrad called Religion and TV. I'll never forget this class. But various things can be that religious force for us. It could be religion for us. So maybe it's politics. Maybe it's sports. You know what I mean? If you're in the demographic that would be following X team, doing this, that, and the other, God bless you. Enjoy it. But again, if you're reconsidering things and you're saying, man, how do I fit into the whole expansion, if you will, that's taking place? At the very least, we have to agree that there is an expansion taking place. How do I fit into this growth? Well, you got to decide. And I tell you, it doesn't have to be anything traditional. It could be you working every day, let's say with your startup, and you're by the beach in Tahiti on the computer typing away. Every once in a while you fly back into the States, you do a couple things here and there, make sure the family's good, and you go right back to it. But that's what we are on the precipice of experiencing, I believe. So you get in where you fit in, you find your lane. I say all of that to say that. But no, so Library of Alexandria, that was a powerful moment in history. And in fact, that's one of the, let me not get into it, but it's something that I'm passionate about. And I found I had an interesting back and forth with the AI, my large language model, about a year ago. And I got a better understanding of how this stuff is evolving, It was able to make some connections that I hadn't even mentioned, that were really just based off of me communicating with other people about the Library of Alexandria. But one of my entities is going to strive to do with what the Library of Alexandria was, right? Because we have a lot of analog information that needs to get transitioned into the digital space. So it's so many different niches, But let me get into the point at hand. Excuse my long preface. Let's start off with World POV Films, aka POV Films. You dig? It's another entity that I'm using to not only build a lot of data and to actually accumulate a lot of data that can be helpful when it comes to expanding in the Web 3.0 environment, but also it's helpful to sort of capture life as it unfolds. And in my predicament, I know what that looks like. So I figure, it's only right that I get it not only from the top. We have Drone Watch TV, of course, but from the point of view standpoint, we created Point of View Films. Now again, this isn't braggadocio, but just add these things to the scoreboard and consider this idea. And if you're really into tech, think about the various ways and use cases in which this thing really plays. This entity would be extremely helpful. Just take some time to reflect on that, whether it be gaming, whether it be IoT infrastructure, again, the big data that gets accumulated that can then be sold off. And at this point, it's still a question of if. I've been sure about many things throughout my life, but this is one of the first instances where I'm not sure. I don't know if when you reach this sort of roadblock, it becomes, because again, it's them weaponizing your inability to be able to get financing or funding, right? So they play that game, but at the same time, the media is talking about some other stuff. So what you're going through doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. And if you emphasize it too much, then they'll start saying things about you, like you're just so self-centered, this and that, with everything going on in the world. I get it, but again, if not for, that's the lens that we're looking at all of this from. So if not for all of these restrictions and this extrajudicial approach that I've noticed, and that would be the case according to the U.S. Constitution, but if it wasn't for those things, we would be in a place where we can really maximize these ideas and implement them correctly, and really get a tremendous return as far as dividends on what we're working on. POV Films is just one of those. So this is one picture here showing you the expressway work. That's Point of View Films operating on, I want to say that's the Venetian Causeway, or that's by Wynwood somehow. No, I'm sorry, that's by Brickell. I think that's the bridge, actually. But you got that. You got Point of View Films, of course, in Little Havana. You got the chicken capturing the whole experience there. Alright. And then you got, let's see, Point of View Films. I want to say this is somewhere in Wynwood. As you can see, there's a drawing in the design on the wall. It's pretty dope. Let's go. We also have Point of View Films, the backdrop of the city, and then we have Point of View Films with the big old boom box in the background. If you've been to Miami, you know where that's at. Now, I don't know who this person is, but shout out to you for making it to my algorithm. All right, let's see. We also have Point of View Films walking throughout South Florida. This is obviously, again, the city of Miami. And what's fascinating is, while I've been going through what I've been experiencing in terms of the organized harassment apparatus, I've been using this as another angle, if you will, to cover and to lend credence to everything I've been saying. I literally have this stuff on video, and again, you can't deny and then say, well, it's someone being paranoid, for example, because that's how they sort of play it. But yo, when you got it on video, right? You got it from drone video. You got the legal case that I always mention, case number 423 CV01013, USDC, Southern District of Texas, Houston Division. You got that. You connect those three things. For an average person, you would be able to sort of infer that, hey, maybe there's some legitimacy to this. But not, that doesn't stop the wheels that have already been put into motion, which have been nonstop again. And no matter who I contact on the digital end, I can show you, whether it be through LinkedIn, Facebook. I contact the United States District Attorney's Office, the US DOJ, civil rights, you name it. And it would appear that these messages aren't landing to the places they need to. And I've covered this in other videos that I've presented. I know the reason why. It's through flagging and under the guise of AI. And that's what they're going to be able to sort of use as justification as to why they didn't do anything. But again, if these entities still stand, or not if, they're gonna stand and exist on the internet. They're gonna also stand and exist in terms of actual Sunbiz corporations, actual EIN numbers. These are monies that I've invested into my IP. But again, when you've limited someone in this regard, and how I'm being limited, it stops you from being able to participate in capitalism. So again, there's no level of distraction aside from you really trying to distract someone to go over the edge and do something potentially, truly vile. And again, you do that, right? And then you can sort of say, no, well, look at it now. This person, he or she was on that verge, and this is why this happened and that happened, so on and so forth. We're trying to avoid that. And again, I think the best way to do it is by documenting the journey. So I'm just taking, like I said, you could see in one of the sections there, I said, actually, can I read it? Let me see. It says, okay, use the things they, quote unquote, use to scare you to make the world a better place. Use the things, quote unquote, they use to scare you to make the world a better place. Let me read that one more time. Use the things they, quote unquote, use to scare you to make the world a better place. All right, so let's look at some more here. We have POV films. This is obviously, you see the coconuts, that represents Coconut Grove. All right. Let's see. We also have POV films. South Florida is known for the palm trees. We got the palm trees here. But it's just showing you, again, we've found ways to connect to the various individuals that want to participate in organized harassment. We found ways to expose what they've been doing. And it's literally become almost like a movie, right? But here's another one. You can see POV Films presents live. This is actually me. That's me there, right by Brickell, the underline. And as you can see, the police vehicle. This is initially how it always used to play out. Anytime you go out, they sort of use this as one of the mechanisms to induce anxiety, right? But that's that. Okay, here's another one. Let's see. That's also me there. Point of View Films presents live, and we captured it live. We have various live videos, but I'll show you in a second how we get into specifics in terms of providing the point of view for various individuals throughout the world. So you got that, right? I also got point of view from the tow truck drivers' perspective. This company here is known throughout South Florida. I won't say their name, but you can see the colors, and that would be capturing the world through the lens of a tow truck driver. Now, what's interesting is that there's available data in terms of different systems that are already in place as it relates to, in that example, tow truck drivers. And not tow truck drivers per se, but I know that there's the people that hand out the tickets. I believe they have cameras now. They have point of view cameras. So that data, I would imagine, is a subpoena away from being available to the general public so that we can view it. And once we can view it, we can then, I imagine, use it for various things. These are all data points that can be used in terms of big data. Now, this was when I was in Brickell. This was early on in my organized harassment experience here. I was in Brickell. I went through. I had my fatigue joint. What's it called? Fanny pack. And I suspect this might have scared them crackers, because this is one of the nights I just went out there and I was just standing around looking around. But I'm like, yo, and I peeped the vehicle now. I didn't notice it at the moment. I'm like, yo, were these people like following me at this point too? Were they concerned at this point too? Could this be a part of their larger narrative to try to frame me out to be, we've mentioned the term before? But again, I've got video from that night. Point of View Films. All right, let's go. We keep going on to the juicy stuff. Point of View Films presents live. This one was in front of Club Space. When I got arrested by the City of Miami Police Department, it was actually in front of Club Space. And we have Point of View Film video from that night. Right? And that is a case that I beat. Again, I beat the case. It's just a matter of me filing suit. I got video of it. They dropped the charges. But they're not going to just get away scot-free is the thing. But that's that. Point of View Film Space. Let's see. Oh, Doral. Doral was going through an interesting phase too, and now learning what I've learned about the various groups involved in this whole organized harassment deal, they have an element too. And they tried to literally run me through a simulation. I thought one of the cops was trying to shoot me, yo. Dude, like, it was set up on the roads where like the guy was there, and it's like, yo, if I didn't react accordingly in terms of just, keeping it moving, I could have got my head blown off, and folks would be none the wiser. And again, what blows my mind is that this was coordinated. You know what I mean? But it's okay. We've been coordinating too. Point of View Films, as you can see, implemented with AI. This is Point of View Films Florida. We also have Point of View Films International going live across the globe, because everyone has a different point of view. You know what I mean? Then we also have Point of View Films Miami Shores. Again, I got the footage I got various kinds of footage in Miami Shores, but the night when they arrested me, actually I don't have footage of that. Or do I? Now I'd have to look into it. But again, these are apparatuses that I just use my foresight, and I'm like, yo, it seems like this thing is gonna keep going, so let me start putting together viable businesses that can represent and be able to succinctly help the public recognize what I've been going through. And then when that's over, it's over. I'll put that aside, because obviously, we can use this for various other things. But in the interim, I figured, let me use it for myself. Let me be as productive as possible, instead of allowing this whole thing, this whole void and artificial reality, if you will, that they're creating, instead of allowing it to get to me, let me create actual mechanisms that, again, would be perceived as productive, or that are productive in my opinion, but hopefully you perceive it, or people out there perceive it as productive. But this is at the heart of capitalism. This is what it's all about. You know what I mean? And so imagine if Point of View Films had the ability to fully participate in a capitalistic system. This is El Portal. They also had their element of organized harassment. And here we go. This is where it gets to different people's point of view. You got the Miami Parking Authority. They have video. And I'd like to find out through Hip Hop Legal, we'll find ways to be able to get access to that footage. And then we'll just put it somewhere, like whether it be live. It's interesting now because you're like, man, who wants to watch? Hey, but listen, you never know though. In South Florida, some of these places that are like historically been hot spots, places where people come to wild out, like Vegas, these could be very profitable and alluring media ventures, right? People could decide, man, I want to watch some Miami Parking Authority POV tonight. I'm trying to see who they run into, who they give a ticket to, and then that person, wild out, decides that they're not going to pay it. So these are all various media avenues. And again, not only will it provide value for the individuals, in various ways, hopefully they can monetize what they're doing too. But let's say they can't. The city would definitely, value this or appreciate this because, again, you're doing different things that puts the allure of Miami back on the map. I feel like what's happening as of late is this element associated with organized harassment that's trying to turn this place into really something that it never has been, or it probably was before the Cocaine Cowboys era. And it went left after that. And then I would say like once Versace got killed, like it kind of calmed down. And then we had some other like crazy situations that took place. But this ain't gonna be no farm, Midwest. Miami is Miami for a reason. And again, it's like Vegas. People come down here to have a good time. That's where the allure lies. So any other contending views, respectfully, you're just out of order. But again, that's my opinion. I think you're entitled to yours too. Here we also have POV Films presents From the Perspective of This Guy. And who is he? Just a random dude, that fits into this archetype. But that's what we're leaning towards. Once we get past me using this for evidentiary value, it becomes, or it's still an accessible medium for various forms of media. Here we have POV Films From the Perspective of Don Johnson. Or a Don Johnson-like individual. Know what I mean? Let's see. We got it from the perspective of security guards, or people that, again, the whole spotlight thing, the flashlight thing, I was like, that's what they doing to me, man, is like, or they doing to, let me not personalize it, right? Let's say they're just doing it to an element that has historically been in South Florida. And again, their solution to it was to get this done by way of using fear mechanisms, as well as sound warfare, sonic warfare, that is. And we, of course, know that I have my PhD thesis in lawsuits approach, which talks about the neuropolitics of control, so I can make sense of it in an academic fashion too. But in layman's terms, they was just shining a flashlight, right? So I'm like, let's start giving maybe security guards and people that have the flashlight a point of view outlook. Let's give them a lane to monetize their content. So you can capture content just while you're working, you're on the job and whatnot. And this is content that, like I said, I think Meta would appreciate. I'm sure X, we're leaning towards a digital tokenized society. It would appear that way. I mean, I've heard BlackRock say this, so they appreciate this. But at some level of society, you got those that are fighting to stop that, because that puts them in a position where they're not on the top. They're not on the top of the leaderboard, or they don't up the scope. You dig? But nah, check it out. POV Films live. We got the church vibe. You feel me? We'd like to present church or religious experiences from a person's point of view. I think that's an idea people would get behind. All right. And then we have POV Films from the perspective of the black SUV experience, the executive experience, I should say. From that perspective, I've always felt that was a dope point of view that needs to be shown to the world. You dig? Excuse me. And what else? Now, here's where it's interesting. I was talking about dimensions earlier, right? Viewing the world from that lens. Check this out. We got POV Films watching content, because, by the way, again, I have the Facebook, I have the YouTube, but I also have the Patreon. The Patreon, I figured that some of this content I'll put behind a paywall, and for those individuals that want to be cute, that want to pretend as if they're the ones that sort of have the ability to, wield leverage against society, well, let's just see what happens when we start leveling the playing field. Because the beauty of having things behind paywalls is that, hey, if they're none the wiser, it is what it is. Of course, we try to do everything respectfully, but again, it's just from a person's point of view. So I think not only will this stuff be helpful in terms of litigation, again, you got so many different use cases that come out of this beautiful thing of mine for now. But I don't mind sharing, you know what I mean? I could say ours. We're always looking to expand, and I'll show you one of the last pictures here when it comes to POV Films to help encapsulate what I'm trying to convey, because it's about building, you know what I'm saying? But I've noticed that no one ever sees my thing. I know that these people are sort of tailoring my audience, making me connect with various people to influence. It's an influence game. This is fourth generational warfare, where you try to change a person's perspective. And I figured, all things considered, the last avenue to do so for me is through who I connect with. So I just wanted to put that out there. If you haven't seen my previous videos about the personalized precision pathology, please go and watch it. It's on the page. I already recognize, again, from left, right, center, what this is about. So I don't want to put anyone in a precarious situation. If we can't necessarily communicate now, there'll be a time for it. But just understand why. Again, in my scenario, when you have the personalized precision pathology and what amounts to fourth generation warfare, you're trying to change that person's perspective. My perspective won't be changed until I receive legal recourse, until I get legal relief, until I'm able to present what I've experienced in front of a judge to then get my relief, whether that be legal, financial damages, whatever damages may exist. Until I'm able to do that, I'm just focused on what I'm working on, respectfully. And again, if you really care, just pray that that time comes sooner than later. The sooner that I can capitalize off of this, and capitalize again, this is torture, man. People that have experienced it have done horrendous things. I'm still alive, and I'm still staying productive. So until we get to a place where I get to present that to society, I'm not trying to hear anything outside of that, respectfully. And it's interesting, I say that. The next picture here is actually, let's see, I already clicked on. Oh, so I think it'll also be cool to get POV video from the perspective of correctional officers, or maybe guys that work in the guys that work with the Con Air, the U.S. Marshals. Imagine having their POV of how they operate and what they do, right? And like I said, I think in a pre-crime environment, when you have a society in which it's almost like Minority Report, the movie, people are just going through the motions. They're just acting. That's all they're doing anyways. So at least give them something productive to do. And again, if you can then capture video and their perspective, like I said, I think it'd also be helpful to help others out there just to understand what they're going through. That's the beauty of it all. But there's the correctional officer's point of view. And then what else? Okay, next we have this is the medical point of view. Researchers, I think showing the point of view of researchers will also be very helpful to society. So point of view films, researchers. All right, I got one here. This might get a little spicy real quick. I'm gonna just show it. But y'all already know, point of view films, clout they love. You know what I mean? That's for the cucks. Bucks, I should say, excuse me. I meant bucks. But let me see. We also have point of view films from the perspective of what I think is happening now. You see, these are the real-time crime centers. They're this new thing that's being implemented. I think they're putting LA at the forefront now. And it's funny, I suspect the white supremacist solution to dealing with the potential for unrest in society, as what took place with Rodney King way back when. If you don't know that history, you should look it up. But their solution is to sort of get people to be exhausted. You exhaust them in various ways, cognitively. Again, I've mentioned administrative burden engineering. And then again, you can do it, like I said, with various mechanisms. Excuse me. And do it under the guise of national security. But these real-time crime prevention centers, I suspect, are the ways that they are starting to implement a pre-crime Minority Report environment. But again, we're here and we would like to celebrate everyone, no matter what it is that you're doing. Hopefully it's nothing negative, but if you're doing something positive, we'd like to present it from your point of view. So I think it'd be cool if the real-time crime prevention people had their point of view and an opportunity to present their work. Wouldn't that be fair? And now this one I've already covered, but again, if you haven't seen my recent video, you should check it out if you want to get some background into where I'm at mentally at the moment, and also what I've been experiencing over the past couple of years. What it amounts to is personalized precision pathology. You see, these are just ways, bear with me, the frequency has slowed down. Uh-oh. I don't want to get a copyright strike, but yo, the millennials know that song from everywhere. Mentos, baby. Let me back it up though. I like that. Oh, by the way, this was a deep gamma learner's wave, 1 hour pure binaural beat session at 40 Hz intervals. And so the left side, if you have headphones on, the left side is 110 hertz, the right side is 150 hertz, and in the middle, the gamma or plus another 40 hertz gamma that comes in together. And again, the thing about this whole journey, I think, is the frequency, making sure you got the right frequency and making sure you're moving at the pace that is conducive to you being successful. You know what I mean? Don't let nobody determine that for you, unless you got to. And if that's the case, God bless you. But if you have the opportunity to control your pace or move at a pace that is conducive to being at peace, that's what I would suggest for you. So yeah, man, the frequencies is everything. You dig? That's why I got this in the background, all right? Let me keep letting it ride. But yeah, man, it's called a personalized precision pathology. You know what I mean? So I suspect it's what was used to get some insights into me. And I ain't tripping off that, even though I've said it before. I'm just a civilian, yo. You feel me? I mean, I just move the way I do, but I don't suspect that that would be perceived as a threat. So let's say that's not the case, right? Let's say I'm not viewed that way. Then you can't just, again, create an apparatus that hovers around me and ostensibly pushes my buttons to try to see how I'm going to respond. And again, you're doing that based off of what? Again, I didn't sign up for this. I signed up to be a capitalist in this American system, to participate in commerce, to make billions of dollars, to provide value to society. That's what I signed up for. But anything else would be uncivilized. And speaking of uncivilized, it's this, my personalized precision pathology has almost been akin to the movie Universal Soldier. And again, I always find different things to play on even the suffering that I've gone through, just to still smile and make a joke, based off of it. Listen, it's all good, because in my mind, I'm still thinking thesis, PhD, lawsuits. You dig? Thesis, PhD, lawsuits. It is within that process that I will be made whole based off of these encumbrances that have impacted my life over the past couple of years. Like I said, instead of being like John Claude or Dolph Lundgren, I've decided to take the intellectual route, even through my personalized precision pathology. But also, I think it's important for soldiers out there to be able to share their perspective, their point of view. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a great way to recruit. I did notice, I saw that someone sent a message here. Okay, I got a couple messages. Okay. Now listen, I wouldn't put my number out there just in case. You never know who else is going to see it. Although I know you ain't no joke, so you ain't even worried about that. You a real one. Salute to you, bro. But I think even when it comes to recruiting, the recruitment environment, you can use these things as selling tools, as selling points, to be able to get more enrollment, to be able to get more buy-in. Because again, it's all about seeing things from different perspectives, right? So I got that. Now here's the kicker. People are gonna love this one. I also think it would be important to do a perspective of board members and board meetings. I think that is something that should be captured. If not, obviously you can edit it, you can do different things, but imagine just showing what board meetings look like. What do board members discuss? What do they go through? This is the experiential learning that I think comes out of our ingenuity, or really my ingenuity. No, I'm just kidding. But out of this ingenuity comes all of these great opportunities And look, if you want to be a greedy bastard, that's cool. But I'm sure you still want to be helpful to the kids out there. I'm sure you'd like to have the kids understand and learn about boardroom meetings and those kind of dynamics. Hold on. The music stopped playing, yo. Oh, I think I had it mute. Did I mute it? Oh, yeah, I did. My bad. You know me, I stick to the elements. Banger in the trunk, that's as damn near as big as an elephant. Alright, so yo, seeing it from board members' point of view, I think that'd be dope. You know what I mean? What else? Here we go. You know what I mean? We gotta support our boss babes out there, all the women doing their thing. I think presenting their perspective would be helpful too. So POV films from the perspective of a female in the capitalistic system or whatever system they're in, but in business. You feel me? How they navigate through it. And this would be ways that not only, and here's the dopest part. This data can be accumulated and can help facilitate the process of creating digital avatars. So we'll have what we want to do with this next generation. A lot of us that grew up, as kids with Facebook, or even in our teens and whatnot, and in college, and having Facebook, we can accumulate all of that and use the various APIs with some of these new systems that are out there to feed into various personalized large language models, personalized AIs that can then become you at some point. If it develops enough data, it effectively becomes you, right? Now, as far as the consciousness, that's the part I'm a little bit iffy on, but that's another conversation for another time. But then you can use that so that your grandchild, your great-grandchild, your great-great-great-grandchild can have insights as to who you were, how you viewed the world. This isn't happening yet. I mean, it might be, but again, the beautiful thing is that the opportunities are endless, and in capitalism, it's the more competition, the better. So, like I said, I've mentioned this before. You can, maybe your thing might not have widespread acceptance in terms of society overall, but maybe you can find a niche. Maybe you can capture the information for the Protestant Greek demographic, Greek female between the ages of 25 and 35 demographic, and then you'll be the go-to person for that group. Maybe you can create an entity that does that. But again, these steps, I'm just thinking about it now, these steps will help us get closer to AGI. Now peep this. What if that AGI is us? You dig? I think we'd be much more comfortable with the notion of AGI being us in one way, shape, or form. And hopefully the best of us, right? But if we can save these things to various databases and have the data sets there and let them accumulate and build, then it can streamline that AGI process. Am I tripping? I think I'm on point, yo. But point of view films, that's what we own. You know what I'm saying? That's just another one of the entities. Like I said, look up at the umbrella. You feel me? It starts with Pre-Crime Institute. I'm stuttering a lot. For those that don't know, I used to stutter a lot. And depending on how excited I get, I start stuttering even more and more. But, just speaking candidly here. Let's see. So, females in business point of view, I could dig it. Now, check this out. This is the coup de grace. The icing on top of the cake. You feel me? Listen. Point of view from a dude like this. I forget his name. It's Richard something, but let me look him up. Hang on. Let me see. Richard. This gentleman was involved in the insurrection, but he did it big though. Listen, man, I'm not saying I'm into gangsterism. I ain't into thugging, but you gotta respect when someone let their cojones hang. You dig? And old Richard here, he did that. That boy went into the the Capitol building and decided, yeah, Richard Barnett. Wow, see, you know, I don't know. He's infamous because he has his name on Wikipedia with the very picture. Shout out to Saul Loeb for taking this picture. Now, Saul, were you also a Capitol riot rioter that just happened to have a camera and you framed it as you're just a press and you're just a part of the press? Let's see. In 2023, he was convicted of 8 crimes, including 4 felonies. He was sentenced to 54 months of incarceration. Let me see. That boy got released on January 20th. The boy DT got him out. You know what I mean? So shout out to him. But nah, Richard Barnett, imagine life through his point of view. And when I say that, what do I mean? I'm talking about the point of view of a white man that let his nuts hang. All of this can, and then, imagine this. It can feed various data systems as to what makes people tick, right? Because I suspect that in a lot of my experiences, again, always being optimistic about things, you say to yourself, well, maybe this is some sort of research. But I'm not a test rat, mice, what have you. I'm none of those things, yo. And not even for the right price, you dig? That's why I'm looking for payback through justice. Excuse me. For as optimistic as I am. But I was thinking, maybe this information could be used to help long term in terms of providing help to society some kind of way. Yeah, right. Look, and that's me, right? That's the problem when you're too humble, man. That's not the case, yo. If that's really what it is, then we should get perspectives from these kind of dudes too. But the difference is these boys ain't gonna let that slide. So you telling me you want the perspective of this archetype, but not that archetype? Matter of fact, let's get it from the archetype of a feminist, a left-wing female. That's an archetype that needs to be studied. Again, I can respect the researcher's approach to things. That's actually what I've been doing, even though it hasn't, there isn't any sort of validity that's being provided through my creative means of, again, dealing with a problem. That's another level of the gaslighting. You see, there are far too many distractions, far too many other more important things taking place before there's going to be some sort of addressing of this issue. And listen, if someone were ever on the fence about racism in society, these are the moments where, it breaks your back, because it's like, how can you sit back and say that you don't stand for those kinds of things? And look, I get it. There's been a lot of dudes, Latino, white, that have gone through this universal soldier simulation, if you will. But, as far as black folks, for the level of suffering that they face in this country, you think adding on to it, and here's the point I don't like, when you start to get into these circles of enlightened and very smart people, a lot of them, they know the difference. Like, they know what's wrong and right, and they know what's devious. But the problem is they stay quiet when there's something devious taking place that again, speaks completely against their idea of equality. So you can't, again, say that we stand for this and then stand behind this lie when you have literally opportunities to make an adjustment in terms of at least just speaking to the person, being like, hey, this isn't right. But I get it. White supremacy also has its white sacrifices too. So I suspect that's part of the issue. No one wants to be on the chopping block. You don't want to be hurt by a system that, again, should be taking care of you, right? Because if you are deemed to be on the successful side, the side that gets the perks, that is white supremacist ideology, if you're deemed to be on that side, you're not going to fight too hard. It stands to reason that you're not going to fight too hard to remove that advantage. And in fact, you're going to look the other way even if you have an advantage. I think that's embedded within capitalism too. But like I've always said, how can you got all the victories ever, you win, you know what I mean? You got everything on your side for you to win, but then you want to add more so that you continue to win. And it's not an existential fight. But then Richard Spencer did say it was. Well, listen, I don't know, man. You rack your brain. Like Neely Fuller says, you got to understand white supremacy before you understand anything in the society. In all 9 aspects of what's happening on the earth at any moment. But yeah, I've been racking my brain just trying to make sense of it. But what I can say is that, when black folks, for example, if we see like something ain't just, it ain't right, and this is imbued and tied into like hip-hop culture, you feel me? Righteousness, man. Like making it a vibe, making it something where everybody can join in, where everybody wants to join in, where everybody wants to be involved. Like, that's what it's about. But again, there's this perverse mentality where it's like, we gotta always have the edge by any means. Listen, what I can say is that in the age of AI, that edge that you think that you desperately need will be exposed in one way or another in due time. All right, so there you go. That's Richard Barnett. And again, I own the copyright as well as trademark to Happy Insurrection Day. I know that all those folks were pardoned, and I suspect what's going to happen historically, they're going to try to brush this off as if it never took place. But the IP's there. And again, you've set it up where, I haven't been able to, sort of flourish in a modern, in the modern society way in terms of creating a family. I haven't created a family yet. And it only gets more difficult when you think about the women that they've placed as effectively, as to go against me, man. That's just what it seems to be a lot of times. But they've somehow weaponized relationships because of their existential crisis. They've weaponized and made it difficult, especially for black folks, to maintain strong relationships, man. They want it to be that one household sort of dynamic. And the corporations get behind that wholeheartedly. But they don't want that strong black family concept. So, again, you might think, well, whatever it is that you accomplish, even if it's on your own, you're not able to spread your seed and have, a child that will be able to carry on your legacy. These kinds of things. It's just fascinating how it connects to your current plight. And like I said, if you don't understand what I'm saying now, you can look at my most recent video as far as the personalized precision pathology. Once again, the personalized precision pathology is what they're using to sort of really pinpoint certain individuals. So once they've pinpointed you, they can then create a dynamic that is that exists around you that, you know, will effectively just be against you at every turn. And like I said, what's worse is you can't say that, because then you'll be viewed as like paranoid or something. But on many ways it seems that way, and I thank God, at least from my understanding of the law, at least that's been able to keep my head above water in terms of understanding what's real and what's not. But if someone didn't know, and I suspect that when it comes to Santiago Ruiz, when it comes to Aaron Alexis, some of these guys, they just didn't know. They didn't know, and what they were going through really exacerbated and pushed them to the edge, to the point where they responded with violence. That's just my opinion on it. But Point of View Films, if you're checking this out, go check out Point of View Films, at least on Facebook. The link should be somewhere on the screen. There's also the YouTube, and then, like I said, there's also the Patreon. So no matter what, I'll always have my leverage, because we have some things behind a paywall. And also, like I said, DeFi and what decentralized spaces, I should say. So this stuff lives on. The revolution, interestingly enough, has been televised. Go figure. All right, let's get into it, y'all. We're gonna get straight into the, let's check out how we looking. Okay, we got the video here. All right, the point is sovereign wealth funds. Now, we talked about private equity, but now let's talk about sovereign wealth funds. And again, I learn, you learn, we all learn. Sovereign wealth funds, according to Wikipedia. Now, a lot of folks say that it's not the best source, what have you, but I think this is just general information. And then once we get into start looking up the various sovereign wealth funds, we'll be able to find some more details in that. But again, what I've been doing is sending emails to all of the private equity firms with my CV and my video CV, letting them know about you know, what I'd like to do in terms of the PhD, excuse me, the lawsuits PhD, I'm tripping, the thesis PhD lawsuits approach to battling this whole experience. But I've been contacting all the private equity firms. I've yet to get a response. I suspect on an email level that's being hindered. But I just like to, again, show proof that I've tried everything possible to do this in the most productive way. Let's start off with Wikipedia as our source. A sovereign wealth fund, SWF. Now I'm going to read slow for all of the international viewers that are trying to translate this, but I'm going to read this slow, okay? A sovereign wealth fund, SWF, or sovereign investment fund, is a state-owned investment fund that invests in real and financial assets such as stocks, bonds, real estate, precious metals, or in alternative investments such as private equity funds or hedge funds. Sovereign wealth funds invest globally. Most SWFs are funded by revenues from commodity exports or from foreign exchange reserves held by the central bank. Some sovereign wealth funds may be held by a central bank, which accumulates the funds in the course of its management of a nation's banking system. This type of fund is usually of major economic and fiscal importance. Other sovereign wealth funds are simply the state savings that are invested by various entities for investment return, and that may not have a significant role in fiscal management. The accumulated funds have their origin in or may represent foreign currency deposits, gold, special drawing rights, SDRs, and International Monetary Fund, IMF, reserve positions held by central banks and monetary authorities, along with other national assets such as pension investments, oil funds, or along with other national assets such as pension investments, oil funds, or other industrial and financial holdings. These are assets of the sovereign nations that are typically held in domestic and different reserve currencies, such as the dollar, euro, pound, and yen. Such investment management entities may be set up as official investment companies, state pension funds, or sovereign funds, among others. There have been attempts to distinguish funds held by sovereign entities from foreign exchange reserves held by central banks. Sovereign wealth funds can be characterized as maximizing long-term return, with foreign exchange reserves serving short-term, open quote, currency stabilization, close quote, and liquidity management. Many central banks in recent years possess reserves massively in excess of needs for liquidity or foreign exchange management. Moreover, it is widely believed most have diversified hugely into assets other than short-term, highly liquid monetary ones. Though almost no data is publicly available to back up this assertion. History. The term quote-unquote sovereign wealth fund was first used in 2005 by Andrew Rosanoff in an article entitled, open quote, "Who Holds the Wealth of Nations," close quote, in the Central Banking Journal. The previous edition of the journal described the shift from traditional reserve management to sovereign wealth management. Subsequently, the term gained widespread use as the spending power of global officialdom has rocketed upwardly. China's sovereign wealth funds entered global markets in 2007. Since then, their scale and scope have expanded significantly. SWFs were the first institutions to use sovereign capital in an effort to contain the financial damage in the early stages of the 2008 financial crisis. SWFs are able to react quickly in such circumstances because, unlike regulators, SWFs actively participate in the market. SWFs grew rapidly between 2008 and 2021, with global asset management by these funds increasing from approximately 4 trillion to more than 10 trillion US dollars. SWFs invest in a variety of asset classes such as stocks, bonds, real estate, private equity, and hedge funds. Many sovereign funds are directly investing in institutional real estate. According to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Institute's transaction database, around US 9.26 billion in direct sovereign wealth fund transactions were recorded in institutional real estate for the first half of 2012. In the first half of 2014, global sovereign wealth fund direct deals amounted to 50.02 billion US dollars, according to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Index. Early sovereign wealth funds have existed for more than a century, but since 2000, the number of sovereign wealth funds has increased dramatically. The first sovereign wealth funds were non-federal U.S. state funds established in the mid-19th century to fund specific public services. The U.S. state of Texas was thus the first to establish, bear with me guys, You see, you got to let them get it out their system. The U.S. state of Texas, no, where was I at? The first SWFs were non-federal U.S. state funds established such a scheme to fund public education. The Permanent School Fund, PSF, was created in 1854 to benefit primary and secondary schools. With the Permanent School Fund, and we can click on that, we will afterwards, was created in 1854 to benefit primary and secondary schools. With the Permanent University Fund, PUF, following in 1876 to benefit universities, the PUF was endowed with public lands, the ownership of which the state returned by terms of the 1845 annexation treaty between the Republic of Texas and the United States. While the PSF was first funded by an appropriation from the state legislature, it also received public funds at the same time that the PUF was created. The PUFs of the Gulf Corporation Council states are among the oldest, largest SWFs. The first SWF established for a sovereign state is the Kuwait Investment Authority, a commodity SWF created in 1953 from oil revenues before Kuwait gained independence from the United Kingdom. As of July 2023, Kuwait's Sovereign Wealth Fund, or locally known as Ajai Fund, is now worth $853 billion US dollars. Another early registered SWF is the Revenue Equalization Reserve Fund of Kiribati. Let me hover over Kiribati to see what that is. That is an island country in the Micronesia subregion of Oceania in the Central Pacific Ocean. Its permanent population is over 119,000 as of the 2020 census. Since its creation in 1956, when the British administration of Gilbert Island, and Gilbert Island, by the way, is a chain of 16 atolls and coral islands in the Pacific Ocean and halfway between Papua New Guinea and Hawaii. They constitute the main part of the country of Kiribati. Back to the article. In Micronesia, put a levy on the export of phosphates used in fertilizer. The fund has grown to 520 million. Nature and purpose. SWFs are typically created when governments have budgetary surpluses and have little or no international debt. It is not always possible or desirable to hold this excess liquidity as money or to channel it into immediate consumption. This is especially the case when a nation depends on raw material exports like oil, copper, or diamonds. In such countries, the main reason for creating a SWF is because of the properties of resource revenue. High volatility of resource prices, unpredictability of extraction, and exhaustibility of resources. SWFs are primarily commodity based, and many have been established by oil-rich states. SWFs of China are a notable exception to this more typical model. Stabilization SWFs are created to reduce the volatility of government revenues, to counter the boom-bust cycles, adverse effect on government spending, and the national economy. On this side, we have a graph. Let me make it bigger. Sorry guys. Let's see. All right. Here's our graph. Hopefully that's a little clearer. Sovereign wealth fund dividend payments. On the left side, we have 1 billion starting off, 2 billion, 3 billion, and 4 billion. At the bottom, starting from the left to right, the years, we go from 1 to 40 years. And what does this graph show us? Well, a meteoric rise, or I would say slow and steady per usual, but between year 1 and 2, we're looking at 17 million. And again, this is a 1.5 annual dividend, 1.5 percentage points, that is. Between year 3 and 4, we're looking at 23 million. Between 4 and 5, 30 million. Between 5 and 6, 30 million again. Between 6 and 8, 40 million. Between 8 and 9, 53 million. And at 10 years, we're slightly above 53 million. Between 11 and 13, we're looking at 70 million. Between 13 and 15, we're looking at 92 million. Between 15 and 17, we're looking at 122 million. Now, between 18 and 19, we're looking at 213 million, I should say. At 20 years, we're a little bit past 213 million. At 22 years, we're at 282 million. And here I'll go one by one from here on. At 23 years, 282 million. At 24 years, 373 million. At 25 years, we're looking a little bit past 373 million. At 26 years, we are a little bit past 373 million. At 26 years, we're looking at 494 million. At 27 years, we're looking at 494 million. At 28 years, we're looking at 653 million. At 29 years, we're looking at 653 million. A bit past 623 million, 653 million is what I should say, excuse me. At 30 years, we're looking at 864 million. At 31 years, we're looking at 993 million. At 32 years, we're looking at 993 million. That was 33. Well, yeah, 33 is 993. No, excuse me, 32 is 993. 33, we're looking at 1.142 billion. At 34 years, we're looking at 1.314 billion. At 35 years, we're looking at 1.511 billion US dollars. At 36 years, we're looking at 1.998 billion US dollars. At 37 years, we're looking at $2.297 billion US dollars. At 38 years, we're looking at $2.642 billion US dollars. At 39 years, we're looking at $3.038 billion. And finally, at 40 years, we're looking at $3.494 billion. Again, 26.7 billion total dividend payments over 40 years. Dividend payments of 1.5% on initial $1 billion investment. 26 billion in total dividend payments over 40 years, as I stated, and dividends were not reinvested and can be used as revenue for the government. All right, let's get back to it. Let's see. Gotta find, okay, now believe I was here. Stabilization, SWFs are created to reduce the volatility of government revenues, to counter the boom-bust cycles, adverse effect on government spending, and the national economy. Savings, SWFs, build up savings for future generations. One such fund is the Government Pension Fund of Norway. It is believed that the SWFs in resource-rich countries can help avoid resource curse. Let's see what that means. We're also going to look into the Government Fund of Norway. But resource curse, also known as the paradox of plenty or the poverty paradox, is the hypothesis that countries with an abundance of natural resources have lower economic growth, lower rates of democracy, or poorer development outcomes than countries with fewer natural resources. Uh-oh. Now that's an interesting concept. But the literature on the question is controversial. Governments may be able to spend money immediately, but risk causing the economy to overheat. Now, before I read this next section, this is what Wikipedia is writing. So again, don't come for me. E.g., in Hugo Chávez's, and for those that don't know who Hugo Chávez is, Hugo Rafael Chávez Frias was a Venezuelan politician, revolutionary, and military officer who served as the 52nd president of Venezuela from 1999 until his death in 2013, except for a brief period of 47 hours in 2002. Chávez was also leader of the Fifth Republic movement. Now, if you have some time, I'd suggest you look into that individual too. Or Shah era Iran. What's Shah era, you ask? Well, that represents Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi was the Shah of Iran. I'm sure you've heard that terminology before. Shah of Iran. In 1941, he succeeded his father Reza Shah and ruled the imperial state of Iran until 1979, when the Iranian Revolution overthrew him, abolished the monarchy, and established the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that's also someone that you should read up on if you're interested. In such circumstances, saving money to spend during a period of low inflation is often desirable. Pardon me, folks. Of course, the battery. Now, I suspect, as an aside, with M16 tools, you can access someone's laptop through their charger. But that's just an aside. Other reasons for creating SWFs may be economic or strategic, such as war chest for uncertain times. For example, the Kuwait Investment Authority, and I believe this is our second time seeing this, so let's see what it's about real quick. But the Kuwait Investment Authority, KIA, is the state-owned sovereign wealth fund of the state of Kuwait, managing the state's reserves and the state's future generation fund, also known as a JAL fund, quote unquote. Now, that sounds dope on its face. That sounds awesome. That's an investment on the state's future generation fund. That sounds dope. During the Gulf War, took place between, if you don't know, August 1990 and January 1991. It was a short war. You should look it up if you're interested. But during the Gulf War, manage excess reserves above the level needed for currency reserves. Although many central banks do that now, the government of Singapore Investment Corporation, which is also called the GIC Private Limited, and it is a Singaporean sovereign wealth fund that manages the country's foreign reserves established by the government of Singapore in 1981 as the Government of Singapore Investment Corporation, from which the acronym GIC, quote unquote, is derived. Okay? Temasek Holdings, that's T as in Tango, E, M as in make, A, S as in seek, E, K as in keep. Temasek Holdings Private Limited is a Singaporean state-owned multinational investment firm incorporated on June 25th, 1974. Temasek has a net portfolio of US $288 billion as of 2024. Headquartered at Orchard Road, Singapore, it has 14 offices in 10 countries worldwide. Wow. Wonder if they're in the USA. All right, bear with me. I need to get some water. But take some time. Appreciate that. I'm back. Hey, shout out to NSO Group and all the other apps that are similar to their what's it called? Let me see, I forget the name. But I know there's various things that's out here, man. They can access phones and do all of that. And hey, they may never find out, you know what I'm saying? But what's the NSO Group's joint called? Pegasus, yeah. Shout out to NSO Group. But now, let's get back to it. We also, Mubadala Investment Company, PJSC. Excuse me. Or simply, Mubadala is a state-owned global investment firm that acts as one of the sovereign wealth funds of the government. 1 second, guys. You got to get the frequency back. Uh-oh. Let's see. All right. Mubadala Investment Company, PJSC, or simply Mubadala, is a state-owned global investment firm that acts as one of the sovereign wealth funds of the government of Abu Dhabi. The company was established, hang on guys, remember you gotta control the frequency, you gotta control the vibe. That's, at the very least, you should have that level of autonomy in your life, you know? But bear with me. All right, again, Mubadala Investment Company, PJSC, or simply Mubadala, is a state-owned global investment firm that acts as one of the sovereign wealth funds of the government of Abu Dhabi. The company was established in 2017 when then named Mubadala Development Company, are partially the expression of a desire to bolster their company's standing as an international financial center. The Korean Investment Corporation, is a sovereign wealth fund established by the government of South Korea in 2005. Its mission is to preserve and enhance the long-term purchasing power of South Korea's sovereign wealth through efficient management of public funds. That's the Korean Investment Corporation. Has since been similarly managed. Sovereign wealth funds invest in all types of companies and assets, including startups like Xiaomi. Now we get into the juicy stuff. Bear with me. So, yo, hey, real quick, I'm screaming from the top of the roof, the top of the buildings, saying to all the youngins out there, you don't have to rap or play sports anymore. We had it misunderstood, y'all. And look, it only took one generation, but it's all good. Yo, learn about this kind of stuff. Start early. Maybe you can get your foot through the door. And once you do, have your trusty AI large language model next to you, and yo, you unstoppable. You heard? But now, as you can see right here, it says investing in startups. That is, like Xiaomi. Now, Xiaomi Corporation is a Chinese multinational and technology company. Hang on, I gotta wait. Sorry guys, that was me spitting. Alright, again, Xiaomi Corporation is a Chinese multinational corporation and technology company headquartered in Beijing, China. It is best known for its consumer electronic software and electric vehicles. It is the second largest manufacturer of smartphones in the world, behind Samsung. Now again, sovereign wealth funds invest in companies like this, and companies like Bloom Energy. Doesn't appear like you can click on Bloom Energy, but let's just see real quick. You got to be thorough when you're researching. You got to be as thorough as possible, and that's just on your own. You don't need AI for that. But if you take that sort of approach to just learning things on your own, and then you put it together with large language models, listen, you are set to do some great things. But Bloom Energy is an American public company. It manufactures market-sold solid oxide fuel cells that produce electricity on site. Wow. Now, that just makes me think about zero source energy, but that's a conversation for another time. Yo, all that stuff is out there, and hopefully we evolve and move to get it out versus having to rely on fossil fuels. But that's just my opinion. Just wanted to put that in there since we're talking about energy and electricity production. All right, so according to a 2014 study, SWFs are not created for reasons related to reserve accumulation and commodity export specialization. Rather, the diffusion of SWF can be understood as a fad whereby certain governments consider it fashionable to create SWFs and are influenced by what their peers are doing. As market participants, SWFs influence other institutional investors who may see investments made alongside SWFs as inherently safer. This effect can be seen with increasing frequency, especially with regard to investments made by the government pension fund of Norway. I think we did get a hover over that earlier, so let's just double check. You got to be thorough, baby. Was it Norway? Let's see. We haven't. Well, let's just look into it real quick since we're here. The Government Pension Fund of Norway. Since we can't click on it, hang on, did we? I know I've seen it somewhere. Right there, yeah. So we've already looked into it, but there isn't a link here. Anyway, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority and Temasek Holdings and China Investment Corporation. SLFs help facilitate a state's ability to use selective equity investments to promote its industrial policies and strategic interest. Pardon me. Concerns about SWFs. The growth of sovereign wealth funds is attracting close attention because as this asset pool continues to expand in size and importance, so does its potential impact on various asset markets. Some countries, like the United States, which passed the Foreign Investment and National Security Act of 2007, worry that foreign investment by SWFs raise national security concerns because the purpose of the investment might be to secure, control of strategically important industries for political rather than financial. Former U.S. Secretary of Treasury Lawrence Summers, aka Larry Summers. Let's see, real quick, Larry is an American economist who served as United States Secretary of Treasury, that is, from 1999 to 2001, and the director of the National Economic Council from 2009, to 2010. He also served as president of Harvard University from 2001 to 2006. Has argued that the U.S. could potentially lose control of assets to wealthier foreign funds whose emergence, open quote, shakes the capitalistic logic, close quote. Ditto. These concerns have led the European Union, EU, to reconsider whether to allow its members to use quote unquote golden shares to block certain foreign acquisitions. This strategy has largely been excluded as a viable option by the EU for fear it would give rise to a resurgence in international protectionism. In the United States, these concerns are addressed by the Exxon-Florio Amendment. Now, the Exxon-Florio Amendment 50, USC App 2170, is a law that was enacted by the United States Congress in 1988 to review foreign investments within the United States. The amendment was passed into law under the Omnibus Trade and Comprehensive Act of 1988, and amended Section 721 of, and we can get into that at another time. Oh, but let's see, it's written here. Okay, amended at 50 USC App 2170 2000 as administered by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUs. Their inadequate transparency is a concern for investors and regulators. For example, size and source of funds, investment goals, internal checks and balances, disclosure of relationships and holdings in private equity funds, SWFs, are not nearly as homogeneous as central banks or public pension funds. And for those that aren't aware, if we hover over pension funds, also known as superannuation funds, okay, that's superannuation funds in some countries is any program, fund, or scheme that provides retirement income. The U.S. government's Social Security Trust Fund, which oversees $2.57 trillion in assets, is the world's largest public pension fund. Again, the U.S. government's Social Security Trust Fund, which oversees $2.57 trillion, that's TRILLION, in assets, is the world's largest public pension fund. We can look into that next time, actually. A lack of transparency and hence an increase in risk to the financial system, perhaps becoming the quote-unquote new hedge funds. The governments of SWFs commit to follow certain rules. Accumulation rule. What portion of revenue can be spent, saved? Withdrawal rule. When the government can withdraw from the fund. Investment. Where revenue can be invested in foreign or domestic assets. Recent government interest. On March 5th, 2008, a joint subcommittee of the U.S. House Financial Services Committee held a hearing to discuss the role of, quote, foreign government investment in the U.S. economy and financial sector, close quote. The hearing was attended by representatives of the U.S. Department of Treasury, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Reserve Board, Norway's Ministry of Finance. Real quick, for those that may not be aware, the U.S. Financial Services Committee is also referred to as the House Banking Committee, and previously known as the Committee on Banking and Currency. Okay. As far as the U.S. Department of Treasury, this is a national treasury and finance department of the federal government of the United States. Excuse me. It is one of 15 current U.S. government departments. And we have the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. This is an independent agency of the United States federal government, created in the aftermath of the Wall Street crash of 1929. Its primary purpose is to enforce laws against market manipulation. The Federal Reserve Board, also known as the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, is the main governing body of the Federal Reserve System. It is charged with overseeing Federal Reserve banks and helping implement the monetary policy. All right. Now, we've seen Temasek Holdings, Norway's Ministry of Finance, yes, and Canada's Pension Plan Investment Board, which is also known as CPP Investments, is a Canadian Crown corporation established by way of the 1997 Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act to oversee and invest the funds contributed to and held by the Canada Pension Plan, CPP. Now, on August 20th, 2008, Germany approved a law that requires parliamentary approval for foreign investments that endanger national interest. Specifically, it affects acquisitions of more than 25% of Germany's companies' voting shares by non-European investors. But the economics minister, Michael Gloss, and who's Michael Gloss? He is a German politician of the Christian Social Union, CSU, who served as Minister for Economics and Technology in the government of Angela Merkel, November 22nd, 2005 until February 10th, 2009. But Michael Gloss has pledged that investment reviews would be, quote unquote, extremely rare. The legislation is loosely modeled on a similar one by the U.S. Committee on Foreign Investments. Sovereign loosely modeled on a similar one by the U.S. Committee on Foreign Investments. Sovereign wealth funds are also increasing in spending. In 2015, Qatar announced a $35 billion investment in the United States assets over a period of 5 years. Whoa. On February 3rd, 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order directing the creation of a United States sovereign wealth fund within the next year. Now, if you don't know who Donald Trump is, Donald John Trump is an American politician, media personality, and businessman who is the 47th President of the United States. A member of the Republican Party, he served as the 45th President from 2017 through 2021. Now, on February 23rd, 2025, Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto, and Mr. Subianto, his full name is Prabowo Subianto Dojojo Hadikusumo. Dojojo Hadikusumo, right, is an Indonesian politician, businessman, and former 4-star Army general who is serving as the 8th and current president of Indonesia, since 2024. He was previously the 26th Minister of Defense. But Mr. Dojojo Hadikusumo announced a new sovereign wealth fund, Daya Anagata Nusantara, also known as Dana Tara, which is expected to manage $900 billion in assets. The $20 billion first wave of investments were announced as targeting natural resources, resource processing, artificial intelligence, and energy and food security. Now, I'm not going to hover over natural resource processing, artificial intelligence, energy, or food security. Hopefully you know what that is. And I think we did know. Well, let's mention what the Anagata Nusantara Investment Management Agency, commonly known as Danatara Indonesia, is simply Danatara, is the second sovereign wealth fund of Indonesia after the Indonesian Investment Authority, The agency is led by Chairman, currently, Rosalani. All right. Now, the Santiago Principles. Here's further information. We'll just hover over it. But the Santiago Principles, or formerly the Sovereign Wealth Funds, generally accepted principles and practices, that is GAPP, are designed as a common set of 24 voluntary guidelines that assign best practices for the operations of sovereign wealth funds, SWFs. Okay? Now, here it states that a number of transparency indices sprang up before the Santiago Principles. Some more contingent than others. Pardon me. To address these concerns, some of the world's main SWFs came together in a summit in Santiago, Chile, on September 2nd and 3rd, 2008. Under the leadership of IMF, they formed a temporary international working group of sovereign wealth funds. This working group then drafted the 24 Santiago Principles to set out a common global set of international standards regarding transparency, independence, and accountability in the way that SWFs operate. These were published after being presented to the IMF, International Monetary Financial Committee, on October 11th, 2008. They also considered a standing committee to represent them. And so, a new organization, the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds, was set up to maintain the new standards going forward and represent them in international policy debates. As of 2016, 30 funds have formally signed up to the principles, representing collectively 80% of the assets managed by sovereign funds globally, or 5.5 trillion with a T US dollars. Oh, you want me to slow down? Okay, no problem. Natural, resource-rich, developing economies are typically encouraged to adopt good governance standards for sovereign wealth funds, such as the Santiago Principles, which emphasize transparency, accountability, and sound investment practices. This approach is often preferred over local content policies, which can foster corruption and rent-seeking behavior in contexts with weak governance. Size of SWFs. Assets under management. In finance, assets under management, AUM, sometimes called fund under management, refers to the total market value of all financial assets that a financial institution, such as a mutual fund, venture capital firm, or depository institution, or a decentralized network protocol manager, I suspect. Assets under management of SWFs amounted to $7.94 trillion with a T as of 24 December 2020. Countries with SWFs funded by oil and gas exports totaled $5.4 trillion with a T dollars as of 2020. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to take a sip of water. I'm back. Non-commodity SWFs are typically funded by transfer of assets from official foreign exchange reserves, and in some cases from government budget surpluses and privatization revenues. Middle Eastern and Asian countries for 77% of all SWFs. Depletion of SWFs. Numerous SWFs have gone bust throughout history. The most notable ones have been Algeria's FRR, Brazil's FSB. I am going to look up Algeria's FRR. Okay. Let's see. I don't need this. I got too many windows. All right, let's see. Algeria's FRR. No. Oh, okay. That's the Fonds de Régulation des Recettes. Is a sovereign wealth fund located in Algiers, Algeria, Africa, and was founded in 2000. Oh, this one's still around. Now, what I find interesting is that I'll just leave that alone. But we can look it up, folks. Let's see what their page looks like. Okay. I gotta do, let's see, download data. Some good stuff here. Let me see if I can translate it, because we push English as a first language here, or as a language that folks should speak, or if they'd like to. Again, I speak several, and I appreciate all languages. I'm going to try to speak everyone's language before it's all said and done. All right. Revenue Regulation Fund, Sovereign Wealth Fund in Algeria, Africa. We'll just read this quick section and I'll come back to it later. Current assets for Fonds de Régulation des Recettes is 16 trillion 346 billion 859 no excuse me 16 billion I'm tripping 16 billion 346,859,000. Okay. And WFI has 24 periods of historical assets available in CSV exports. Hey, look at that. Assets, managed assets, we're looking more like 6.2 million. All right, I'll get back to that. But whoever creates Wikipedia pages, surely you can just link Algeria's FFR. But let's see, we have the Sovereign Fund of Brazil. There's a sovereign wealth fund established on December 24th, 2008, and dismantled on September 20th, 2019. Ecuador's numerous SFW arrangements. I'll have to look these up on my own. But if you're interested, you could look them up too. Papua New Guinea's MRSF and Venezuela's FIEM FIM and FONDEN, funding. The main reason why these have been exhausted is due to political instability, while economic determinants generally play a less important role. SWFs in unstable countries may provoke risk of recipient states of SWF investments. Given that the instability in SWF sponsor countries make those investments uncertain and likely to be disinvested to weather political risk, to weather political risk in short term. Highly stable countries such as Denmark, Qatar, China, or Australia are less likely to experience SWF depletion precisely because of their political stability. Largest sovereign wealth funds. See also list of wealth funds by country. List of countries by foreign exchange reserves. Country or region. Norway. Abbreviation G P F dash G. Fund name Government Pension Fund Global. Assets billions in US dollars. 1,738,000,000,000 US dollars. Inception 1990. Origin oil and gas. Country or region China, CIC, China Investment Corporation, 1,332,000,000,000 US dollars. Inception 2007. Origin, non-commodity. China has another one. The SAFE, the Safe Investment Company, 1,090,000,000,000 US dollars. Inception, 1997. Origin, non-commodity. United Arab Emirates, ADIA, 1,057,000,000,000 US dollars. Inception, 1976. Origin, oil and gas. Kuwait, KIA, Kuwait Investment Authority, 1,029,000,000,000 US dollars. Inception, 1953. Origin, oil and gas. Saudi Arabia. Abbreviation, PIF. That's P as in public. The fund's name is Public Investment Fund. Assets of 925 billion US dollars. Inception, 1971. Origin, oil and gas. Singapore. Abbreviation, GIC. Fund name, GIC Private Limited. Assets in billions, 801 billion US dollars. Inception, 1981. Origin, non-commodity. Singapore. Abbreviation, M as in monetary, AS. Fund name, Monetary Authority of Singapore. Assets, 629 billion US dollars. Inception, 1971. Origin, non-commodity. Qatar, abbreviation QIA. Qatar Investment Authority is the fund's name. Assets, $526 billion US dollars. Inception, the year 2005. Origin, oil and gas. The next country or region, Hong Kong. HKM as in monetary, A. The name of their fund, Exchange Fund of Hong Kong. Assets of $514 billion US dollars. Inception, 1935. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have China. Their abbreviation is the N as in national, SSF. Their fund name is the National Council for Social Security Fund. Assets in billions, $414 billion US dollars. They have been around since the year 2000. Non-commodity is their origin or space or sphere or primary industry. Next we have Singapore. Their abbreviation is the CPF. The fund's name is the Central Provident Fund. Assets in billions, we're looking at $436 billion US dollars since 1955. Their origin is that they are a pension fund. Next we have the United Arab Emirates. Their abbreviation is the ICD, Investment Corporation of Dubai. Assets in billions of dollars, $341 billion US dollars. Inception, 2006. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have Turkey, also known as Turkey, if I'm correct. Yes, Turkey, that is. Sorry for the error. The abbreviation for Turkey's fund is T as in Turkey, WF. The fund's name is Turkey Wealth Fund. They have 317 billion assets. And they've been around since 2017. Their origin is non-commodity. Country or region, next up on the list, pardon me, the United Arab Emirates. Their abbreviation is PJ. Frequency stop. Bear with me.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we...
What's up, man?
I got a question for you.
Running back. Ciao. Ain't no free commercials here. Check it out. All right. Again, we are at the United Arab Emirates. Their abbreviation is P as in Paul, J, S, C as in company. Their fund's name is the Mubadala Investment Company. They have 302 billion assets in US dollars. Inception, the year 2002. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have Singapore. Their abbreviation, T as in Temasek, H. Temasek Holdings is the fund's name. Assets of 287 billion US dollars. They've been around since 1974. Origin point, or industry, that is, non-commodity. Or excuse me. Yes, non-commodity. Next we have Australia. Their abbreviation is FF. The fund's name is the Future Fund. They have 223.4 billion US dollars worth of assets. Their inception point, the year 2006. And their origin, non-commodity. Next we have again the United Arab Emirates, coming in this time with A, D as in Dhabi, Q. That is Abu Dhabi Development Holding Company, which is the fund's name. They have 196 billion US dollars worth of assets. Inception, 2018. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have South Korea. Their abbreviation is the KIC, Korea Investment Corporation, is the name of the fund. They have 189 billion US dollars of assets under management. Their inception point, the year 2005. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have Iran. Their abbreviation, N as in national, D, F, I. Their fund name is the National Development Fund, and they hold 156 billion US dollars worth of assets. And they started in the year 2011. Their origin is oil and gas. Next we have Russia. NWF, Russian National Wealth Fund. Assets in billions, 133 billion US dollars worth of assets. And they started in the year 2008. Their origin is oil and gas. Next we have Canada. Their abbreviation is AIMCO. That's A-I-M as in management, C-O. The fund's name is Alberta Investment Management Corporation. Assets that is billions in billions of dollars, we are looking at 123 billion US dollars. Inception, 2008. Origin, non-commodity. Country or region, United Arab Emirates once again. Their abbreviation is EIA, which stands for Emirates Investment Authority. Assets, 87 billion US dollars. Inception, the year 2007. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have Kazakhstan. Abbreviation, S as in Samruk, K. The name of their fund is the Samruk Kazna. They hold 80.665 billion US dollars in assets. Their inception was the year 2008. Their origin, oil and gas. Next we have the United Arab Emirates. Again, their abbreviation is DW. The fund's name is Dubai World. Assets, 80 billion US dollars under management. Inception, the year 2005. origin non-commodity. Next we have the United States with the APF, the Alaska Permanent Fund, which has 80 billion 463 million assets under management. And I believe that's the first one that we found from the United States. But this one started in 1976, and its origin is in oil and gas. Let me see if I'm correct. Yep, I knew it. So listen, you could put a star next to that one. We got to contact Alaska, baby. You feel me? See what that be about. You know, just give them the opportunity to get in early on this investment. Let's move right along, folks. Next we have Brunei. And for those of you that don't know how to spell it, that's B as in bubble, R U N E I. The abbreviation is, the abbreviation for their fund is BIA. That's the Brunei Investment Agency. Their assets in US dollars billions is 73 billion. And their inception point, 1983. And they are in the oil and gas sector. Or at least that's their origin. Next we have Libya. Their abbreviation is LIA. That's the Libyan Investment Authority. Assets in billions, US dollars of course. Libya has 67 billion US dollars worth of assets under management. And their inception point was the year 2006. Their origin, oil and gas. Next we have the United States. Coming in at number 2 from the good old US of A is the Texas Permanent School Fund. Their abbreviation is the P as in permanent, SF. Assets, that is billions of US dollars. They are sitting on 57 billion 291 million. In their inception, they are the oldest by far thus far. They started in 1854. And their origin is land and mineral royalties. So let's put a star next to the Texas Permanent School Fund. We'll have to contact them as well at some point. All right, and then again, what a surprising one here. We have Kazakhstan. Their abbreviation, NF. The fund's name is Kazakhstan National Fund. Assets, that is billions of US dollars under management, 55.7 billion. Inception point 2012. Excuse me. I always 2012, pardon me. Their origin, oil and gas. Whoops. All right. Next on the list, we have Oman. And for those that are unaware, Oman is spelled O-M-A-N. Excuse me, N. Their abbreviation is O-I-A. Excuse me. Their fund's name is the Oman Investment Fund, sitting on 47 billion US dollars worth of assets under management. Their inception point, 2020. And I think that is the youngest of all the sovereign wealth funds that we've read off thus far. Yep, Oman is the baby. And of course, in the oil and gas origin category. Next we have Azerbaijan. Abbreviation. S as in state. O. F as in fund. A. Z as in Z, which stands for the State Oil Fund of the Republic of Azerbaijan. As far as assets, in terms of billions of US dollars, they are sitting on 43 billion. And they started in 1999. They are in the oil and gas origin point category. Next we have Austria. So we have O with a circumflex, B, A, G. OBAG. The fund's name is Österreichische. Let's try that again. Österreichische. Is that fair? Österreichische. Österreichische. Yeah. Österreichische Beteiligungs. 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 Österreichische Beteiligungs AG. One more time. Österreichische Beteiligungs AG. Assets 38.4 billion US dollars. Inception 1967. Origin non-commodity. Next we have, and this is the third one from the United States, but we have the P as in permanent, U, F. Wait, you want me to slow down some more? All right, I'll slow down. Sorry. Texas Permanent University Fund. Assets 36.469 billion dollars, US dollars, under management. 1876. And yes, we have a new title for the oldest. Well, no, they're number 2. 1854, 1876. But of course, Always from Texas, baby. Everything in Texas is bigger. All right. 1876. Their origin point, land and mineral royalty. All right. Next we have Malaysia. Their abbreviation, KN. That is the Khazanah Nasional, which has 36.1 billion US dollars as far as assets are concerned. Their inception was 1993. Origin, non-commodity. Let me pause right there by saying that if you watch my video about the personalized precision pathology, you realize that what I'm dealing with and what you're listening to a lot of times are the coordinated noise sort of incidents, or they're more so interruption mechanisms, just to cause an interruption. This is the new wave, again, of fourth dimension warfare. But we push forward. All right, we read the Malaysia, 1993, and non-commodity is their origin point. Next we have the country or region of New Zealand. Their abbreviation, N as in new, Z, S as in superannuation, F as in fund, of course. And surely their fund is named the New Zealand Superannuation Fund. Assets in billions are sitting at 35.1 billion US dollars. Inception, the year 2003. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have France. And I believe this is the first entry from France. If I'm not mistaken, let's check. I'm right. All right, cool. Let's see. France. Abbreviation, BPI. The fund's name is the BPI France. That's B as in Biloxi. or burp. They are sitting on 3.5 billion US dollars worth of assets under management. Inception, the year 2008. Origin, non-commodity. The next country or region is the United States. Once again, we back on the list. The abbreviation this time for the fund is LLE+Ask. The fund's name, New Mexico Land Grant Permanent Fund, which has 32.093 billion US dollars and has been around since the year 1912. Origin, land and mineral royalties. The next country or region is Russia. The abbreviation for Russia's fund this time around is the RDIF. That's the Russian Direct Investment Fund, which has 25 billion US dollars of assets under management. Inception, 2011. Origin point, non-commodity. And I believe that's the second from Russia, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Got it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, no, we passed. Yes. Okay. Now we are at Germany. That is the country or region. The abbreviation for this fund is, bear with me, I just burped. Sorry. Germany. The abbreviation NWDF. The fund's name is the Nuclear Waste Disposal Fund. Assets in billions. We're talking 25 billion US dollars. Inception, 2017. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have Norway. The abbreviation is GPF-N, the Government Pension Fund of Norway. Assets, 22 billion. US dollars. Inception, the year 2006. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have Papua New Guinea. PNGSWF. That is the Papua New Guinea Sovereign Wealth Fund. Assets in billions. 22 billion US dollars. Inception, 2011. Origin point, oil and gas. Then we have Indonesia. Danantara is the abbreviation. That is D as in Daya, A, N as in Nusantara, A, N as in Nusantara, T as in too much, R as in really, A as in alcoholics. The fund's name, Daya Angata Nusantara. Oh, and their assets are sitting at 20 billion US dollars. Next we have, they started actually in 2025. So I believe it looks like we have the youngest sovereign wealth fund here, Indonesia's wealth fund, that is sitting at 20 billion. Congratulations. And their origin point is oil and gas and non-commodity. Moving right along. Bahrain. For those that are unaware of the spelling, it is B as in boy, A, H as in H, Vanderbilt, R as in really, A as in Alexander, I as in inflection point, right? So you spell inflection. Or innocent, let's just go with that. And N as in naughty. The abbreviation is BMHC. That is Mumtalakat Holding Company. Assets are at 18.3 billion US dollars. Inception, the year 2006. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have the country of Timor-Leste, which I've got to be honest, I've never heard of. Let's just do a quick search because we want to be thorough in our pursuit for knowledge, right? Timor-Leste, country in Asia. Okay, Timor-Leste is a country in Southeast Asia. It comprises the eastern island eastern half of the island of Timor, the coastal enclave of Acusis in the island's northwest. Whoa. Yo, those are the chicks. Wow. Yo, they got some like Asian Jones. Yo. Yes. You see, in pursuit of knowledge, you find so many other things along the way. Such a blessing, yo. All right. Timor-Leste. Their abbreviation. T as in Timor. L as in love. P as in punks. F as in freaks. The fund's name is Timor-Leste Petroleum Fund. They have 17 billion US dollars of assets under management. Their origin point is oil and gas. Also their inception point is the year 2005. Next we have Ireland, abbreviation ISIF. Their fund's name is the Ireland Strategic Investment Fund. Assets, that is in billions of dollars, of US dollars specifically, they are looking at 16.1 billion US dollars of assets under management. Next we have, their inception point was the year 2014. And their origin is through the non-commodity sector. Next we have Canada. The abbreviation for Canada is, or this particular firm, this fund, I should say, is AHSTF. That is the Alberta Heritage Savings Trust Fund. Assets are 15 billion US dollars. Their inception point, 1976. Their origin, oil and gas. Next we have Japan. The abbreviation is JIC, as in cops. The fund's name is Japan Investment Corporation. They have 12.2 billion US assets under management. Their inception point, rather year, is the year 2018, starting out in the non-commodity region. Wow, next we have on the list Colombia. The abbreviation for Colombia's fund is the FAEP, Fondo de Arrojo y Estabilización Petrolera. Fondo de ahorro y estabilización petrolera. They're sitting on 12 billion US dollars of assets. Their inception point is 1995. They are in the oil and gas origin point. Next we have Chile. The abbreviation for Chile's sovereign wealth fund is the ESSF. That's the Economic and Social Stabilization Fund. They are sitting on 12 billion US dollars of assets under management, with a year 2007 inception. And their origin is in the copper sector. Here we have, backing that Chilean wealth fund, sovereign wealth fund, we have another Chilean sovereign wealth fund. This one has the abbreviation of PRF. That is the Pension Reserve Fund. They have $11 billion of, pardon me, let me drink some water. They have $11 billion, US dollars, I should say. Their inception point, the year 2006, and they started off in copper as well. Next we have another one for the good old US of A. The abbreviation for this particular fund is the PWMTF. That's T as in trust. Also known as the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. Their assets in US billions is 11.130 billion, starting off in 1974 in the minerals sector. Next we have Philippines. Their abbreviation, MIF. That's M as in money. Excuse me. Their fund is called the Maharlika Investment Fund. Assets in billions, 9.2 US dollars. Billions of dollars. Since 2023 in the non-commodity origin point. All right. We're looking at Ireland now. The abbreviation for Ireland's Sovereign Wealth Fund is FIF. No, not 50 cent, but fifth, nonetheless. Anyway, the fund's name is the Future Ireland. Let me get that right. You see, you got to roll your tongue differently depending on what language you're speaking. Future Ireland Fund. You know, I'm always rolling my tongue. Wink, wink. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Assets in billions, we're looking at 9.1 billion US dollars. From a 2024 inception in the non-commodity starting basis section. Next, another thumbs up for the United States of America. Abbreviation. DN as in North, D as in Dakota, LF. Also known as the North Dakota Legacy Fund. Having over 10.8 billion US dollars of assets under management. Inception since 2011. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have, again, from the United States, the abbreviation STPF. That is S as in summons or subpoena. The fund's name, New Mexico Severance Tax Permanent Fund. Assets of 9.747 billion US dollars as of 1973. And of course, oil and gas as the origin point. Next we have the United Kingdom. It's the first time we're seeing the United Kingdom. With the abbreviation of N as in national, WF, we are looking at the National Wealth Fund. Assets of 27.8 billion US dollars. Inception point 2024. Origin non-commodity. Next on the list is Pakistan. The abbreviation is PK. The fund name is the Pakistan Sovereign Wealth Fund. Assets in billions of US dollars. We're looking at 8.06 billion US dollars. Inception, the year 2023. Origin, non-commodity. Next on the list, we have Indonesia. Abbreviation, INA. The fund's name, Indonesia Investment Authority. Assets, that is in billions of US dollars, 7.6 billion US dollars. Inception 2021, starting off in the non-commodity sector, if you will. Mexico is next on the list. The abbreviation for Mexico's Sovereign Wealth Fund is FMP, and that's M as in monetary, which stands for Fondo Mexicano del Petróleo para la Estabilización y el Desarrollo. You see, you got to roll your R's differently depending on your language, in your tongue in that regard. But this particular fund is sitting on 7 billion US dollars in assets under management. They've been around since the year 2000, and they originated in oil and gas. Next on the list, we have the Trinidad and Tobago. Let me repeat that again. And of course, it is the Trinidad and Tobago, but for the sake of what we're reading, it just says Trinidad and Tobago. The abbreviation for this particular sovereign wealth fund is H, as in H. Vanderbilt, S, as in suck, F, as in funny. Fund name, the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, sitting on 5.6 billion US dollars of assets under management since the year 2000, and starting off in the oil and gas sector. Next we have India. Their abbreviation is NIIF, which stands for National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, sitting on 5.3 billion US dollars of assets under management since the year 2015. A non-commodity basis starter entity. Next, China. Their abbreviation, that is this particular sovereign wealth fund, is the C as in China, A, D as in doppelganger, F, which is also called the China Africa Development Fund. Wow, would you look at that? Sitting on $5 billion of assets under management. The inception point, the year 2007. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have Peru. Their abbreviation, FSF, Fiscal Stabilization Fund. Assets, as in billions, $5 billion under management. From the year 1999. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have Italy. The CDP Equity is the abbreviation for this sovereign wealth fund out of Italy, which is also called the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti Equity. Assets in billions of US dollars. We're looking at 394 billion US dollars in assets. The inception point, the year 2011. Origin, non. Next we have Botswana. And for those of you that are unaware of the spelling, that is B as in bubble, O, T as in tomboy, S as in SWAT, W, A, N as in neglect, A. Botswana. The abbreviation for their sovereign wealth fund is P as in Paula, F as in fund. And of course, Paula Fund is the fund's name. They have 4.1 billion US dollars of assets under management. Their inception point, the year 1994. And they originated in diamonds. Next we have, this one I can already see the name, and thus I have to sing Sweet Home Alabama. Big wheels keep on turning, carry me home to see my kin, singing songs about the Southland. Miss Alabama once again, and I think it's a sin. So you know that obviously means this is an Alabama sovereign wealth fund. And this fund's name is the Alabama Trust Fund, also abbreviated by A, T as in trust, and F as in fund, which also stands for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. That is a separate entity. But the Alabama Trust Fund has approximately 3.4 billion US dollars of assets under management since 1985. Their origin, oil and gas. Country or region, next on the list, the good old US of A, United States of America. Abbreviation, I, E as in enough, F as in funky, I as in inhibitions, and B as in bosom. The fund's name is the Idaho Endowment Fund Investment Board. Assets in billions, We're looking at 3.2 billion US dollars since 1969 in originating in the land and mineral royalties sector, plural. And once again, another American good old US of A sovereign wealth fund. This one is called the abbreviation for this one is SIFT, as in tough, O. The fund's name, the Utah School and Institutional Trust Fund Office, sitting on 2.5 billion U.S. assets under management. And their inception point, of course, 1983. And they originated, just like the previous sovereign wealth fund, also originated in land and mineral royalties. Next on the list, Vietnam. SCIC, State Capital Investment Corporation. That is the fund's name. Assets, 2.4 billion US dollars. Inception, the year 2006. Origin, non-commodity. Next we have Nigeria. Abbreviation, NSIA. That's the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. Assets, 2.3 billion US dollars. Inception, 2011. Origin, oil and gas. Next, Angola. The F, as in fun, S, as in soberano, DEA, also known as the Fundo Soberano de Angola. They are sitting on 2.2 billion US dollars of assets under management. Their inception point, the year 2012. Origin, oil and gas. Next, Belgium. Abbreviation, SFPIM, as in monetary, also called the Federal Participati en Investeringsmaatschappij. Investeringsmaatschappij. Federale Participati en Investeringsmaatschappij. They are sitting on 2 billion US dollars of assets under management. They've been around since 1962. Their origin, non-commodity. Next we have United Arab Emirates. The abbreviation for their sovereign wealth fund is RAKIA, also known as the Ras Al Khaimah Investment Authority, or Khaimah, rather. Let me read that again. Ras Al Khaimah Investment Authority. Assets of $2 billion under management. Their inception point was the year 2005, and they are in the oil and gas origin starting point. Next we have United Arab Emirates, with the abbreviation of SAM. M as in money, 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 money.
With Squarespace, you can do more than just build a website.
Nah, we ain't on no commercials, yo.
Personal trainers.
Get up out of here. Let's see what this one. This is Gamma for Genius Brain, 1 hour. Let's try this one out. It's all about the frequencies, baby. We had it all wrong. It's not even about the Benjamins. It's about the frequencies. You heard? You got to get in the right frequency when you're trying to learn something. All right. So again, they're sitting on 2 billion. That's the Belgium Federale Participati en Investeringsmaatschappij. A long name, and they sitting on long money. That is 2 billion. Turn that down. Oh. That is $2 billion in assets. Their inception point is the year 1962, and their origin began in the non-commodity space. I'm sorry. We were actually at the Ras Al Khaimah Investment Authority, which is from the United Arab Emirates. They are also sitting on $2 billion and have been around since the year 2005 and originated in oil and gas. Excuse me. Moving along, we have the United Arab Emirates again. And I do remember saying Sam, so I apologize for repeating myself, but this one is called the Siraj Asset Management Holding. That is the fund's name. They are sitting on $2 billion since the year 2008 in the non-commodity origin point. Further up ahead, we have the United States, of course, and the abbreviation CSF, which, interestingly enough, stands for the Oregon Common School Fund. Now, this one is going to be the second oldest, and it looks like a little bit further down we're going to get another winner in terms of being the oldest fund here. But this is, for now, this is the second oldest sovereign wealth fund. It's going to end up being the third, but to let you know, it has $2 billion of assets under management, and the inception point is 1859. The origin, of course, lands and mineral royalties. Next we have Kuwait, AWQAF, Al-Waqf and Islamic Affairs Fund. Assets, that is in billions, $1.99 billion of assets under management. They've been around since 1993, and they are in the non-commodity space. Next we have Panama. The abbreviation for this particular fund is called FAP. Now, let me just say this. F stands for Fondo. Fondo de Ahorro de Panama, which has a pretty $1.4 billion holding, US dollar to be clear, and their inception point is the year 2012, and they are an entity that originated in the non-commodity space. Next we have United States, another one for the good old US of A. This abbreviation is LE, Q as in quit playing with me, yo, T as in tumultuous, F as in functionally illiterate, and that of course stands for the Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund, sitting on 1.5 billion US dollars of assets under management, and they've been around since 1986. Their origin or starting point is in the oil and gas sectors. Next we have the United States once again, the good old US of A. The abbreviation for this particular sovereign wealth fund is B as in Biloxi, C as in can't stop, PL, which stands for the Wisconsin Board of Commissioners of Public Lands. With 1.4 billion US dollars of assets under management since their inception point of 1848, which makes them the oldest sovereign wealth fund on this list, if you're following along at home. And they originated in the land, timber, and non-commodity origin starting point. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, another one for the good old US of A. The abbreviation, of course, is FM, that's M as in monetary, P, which stands for the Colorado Public School Fund Endowment Board, sitting on 1.2 billion US dollars of assets under management. Their inception point is since the year 2016, and they are in the lands and minerals royalties origin place. Now, on the list here we have, for the first time, Israel. There is no abbreviation for this fund, but I suspect you can call it the ICF, because the fund's name is the Israeli Citizens Fund. Their assets, they are sitting on 1.01 billion US dollars. They've been around since 2022, and they are in the gas and minerals origination section. Next we have Gabon. Their abbreviation is FGIS, Fonds Gabonais d'Investissement Stratégiques. Fonds Gabonais d'Investissement Stratégiques. They are sitting on 1 billion US dollars of assets under management. They've been around since 2012, and they are also, or rather, in the oil and gas origin point. Next we have Palestine. The abbreviation for Palestine's sovereign wealth fund is PIF, and the fund's name is the Palestine Investment Fund. Assets of 0.9 billion US dollars as of 2023. Or excuse me, they've been around since 2003, and they originated in the non-commodity realm, if you will. Next we have Ghana. The abbreviation is GIGA, That's the Ghana Petroleum Fund's assets in billions of US dollars. We're looking at 0.9 billion, with the inception point at the year 2011, starting out in oil and gas as the origination point. Next we have Australia. The abbreviation for this particular sovereign wealth fund, I should say, is WAFF, which stands for Western Australian Fund. Assets at 0.9 billion US dollars as of 2012. And they are in the minerals section. Moving along, we have Turkmenistan under the abbreviation of T as in thank you, SF. This fund's name is Turkmenistan Stabilization Fund, with 0.5 billion assets under management, and starting at the 2008 inception point, and of course originating in the oil and gas sector. Next we have Bolivia, which is abbreviated, rather their fund is abbreviated FINPRO, Fondo para la Revolución Industria Productiva. They are sitting on 0.4 billion. They've been around since 2015, and they started in non-commodity. Next we have Kiribati. Now again, when I don't know something, I like to just look into it. I mean, I should know every country. You know, at some point you got to know every country on the planet, right? But I've never heard of this one. Excuse me. Let's see. We got to go to Timor-Leste. Don't trip. That's on the to-do list. You see, right now we just cultivating. But yo, all right, Kiribati is actually located in Oceania. Is an island country in the Micronesia sub-region of Oceania in the Central Pacific Ocean. All right, yo, talk about beautiful. Whew. Got New Zealand in the cut. We talking about those kind of areas. That's what it's all about, yo. Checking out somewhere like that. Anyway, let's get back to it. So, abbreviation RERF. The fund's name is the Revenue Equalization Reserve Fund. Assets 1.5 billion US dollars under management. Inception 1956, and they began in the phosphates sector. Next, Equatorial Guinea. Their abbreviation for their sovereign wealth fund, or this one in particular, is FRGF. Fonds de Réserve pour Générations Futures. That is the fund's name. Assets 0.2 billion US dollars under management. Inception 2002. Origin oil and gas. Next we have Rwanda, abbreviated for, rather I should say, Agasiro Development Fund, is abbreviated as AG, D as in development, F. Agasiro or Agarciro. I want to say Agasiro, Development Fund. Sitting on 0.2 billion US dollars in assets under management. They've been around since 2012, and they originated in the non-commodity realm. Next we have the good old US of A once again. Born in the USA, I was born in the USA. Hey, abbreviation WVFF, which is also called the West Virginia Future Fund. Assets 0.1 billion US dollars under management. Inception 2014. Origin oil and gas. I always fumble this one, but Mauritania, yeah, abbreviation NFHR, National Fund for Hydrocarbon Reserves. Assets in billions of US dollars. We're looking at 0.1 billion US dollars in assets under management. Inception, the year 2006. Origin, oil and gas. Next we have Mongolia, FHF. That is Chinggis Fund. Also, Future Heritage Fund. So I believe that these are two separate funds, but they are all both placed in this one fund section for Mongolia. And of course, they have 0.1 billion US assets under management. Rather, US dollars in assets under management. The inception point, the year 2011. Origin space, minerals. And I know you see it, folks. It says see also. You know, once you see that, you're towards the end. So, yo, 4 hours. That's all it took, man. I hope you're better for it. I know I am. But nah, this is another place where the bag at. Alright, let's move on. We're gonna finish off with the last two. Nigeria. Their sovereign wealth fund is called Balesa Development and Investment Corporation. Sitting on 0.1 billion US dollars of assets under management. They've been around since 2012, and they are in the non-commodity sphere. Next we have Senegal. Their sovereign wealth fund is abbreviated as FON, as in nah yo, SIS, FONSIS. The fund's name is the Fonds Souverain d'Investissement Stratégiques. They are sitting on 0.1 billion US dollars of assets under management. They've been around since 2012, and they originated in non-commodity. All right, so here are some things that we got to get into at some point, but we got boutique investment bank, fund of funds, global financial system, investment, man. I don't know if we need to get into these macro sort of it. We need the micro. Let's get list of countries by total wealth. These are all things that we got to get into. Cause with the internet now, we need to figure out what's what and what's where. You dig? Just for our general edification. But I'm gonna go through and check out some of these other joints. I'm gonna go do a little workout routine as usual. You know what I mean? And keep pushing, keep overcoming. But if you're still listening to this, again, if I haven't contacted you, it's for a reason. I'm not contacting anyone at the moment. You know what I mean? I don't want to contact anyone. I'm in my zone. When I'm in this zone, knowing what I got and what I've been through, I've fortified my situation. I really don't need any sort of outside encumbrances or, opinions, quite frankly, at this point. When you've sat down and you've contacted the Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, when you've contacted all of these entities, it's another level, man. So there's nothing that can come from someone else coming in the mix unless it's just to try to change your mind off of what you on. And what I'm on is damages, we gonna either get this paper. Well, this is how it's gonna work. We gonna get the paper through them paying me back for what they did to me, and then we gonna build enterprises left and right and make the world a better place. You dig? And I'm gonna do it my way. That's simple. So thank you for checking this out. Who's to say I'm even here right now currently speaking? This could be a system already put in place to speak on my behalf. Listen, we're talking dimensional perspectives here, but I'll leave you with that. And also leave you with, control the pace, control the frequency. I figure that's the very least we could have in this life. But that's the key to this game, Don't let them control it, you control it. You know what I mean? And you move with your own aura. Develop your aura. And make sure you're in tune with the universe. And always come from a peaceful place. Those are my 2 cents. But Laheim, you dig, holla.